have voted regarding the police because you have family members involved. So even though it would have already been voted, you
We're not
shouldn't
voting on
have
it. Excuse me,
abstained.
we have a motion to adjourn. Okay, thank you. We have
I did.
Second.
motion made and second to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. Any questions? All in favor?
Aye.
5-0 to not support.
Article 6. This is the independent investigation into the Select Board and the Police Department. The Finance Committee has moved that the Town of Canton Chief Procurement Officer be authorized and requested to proceed with an administrative policy and procedure review of the Police Department to determine compliance with these aspects of the Police Department to be conducted by an independent consulting firm, and that the procurement team for such consultant be comprised of 3 to 5 members with relevant experience in conjunction with such procurements and selected by the Chief Procurement Officer, and further that the sum $200,000 be hereby appropriated for this purpose, with the source of fundings being a transfer from free cash in the amount of $200,000.
Any comments on?
I do. Based on our discussions at Select Board meeting that we've had previous, the Select Board agreed to doing an independent audit survey of the Canton Police Department, with the Chief of Police actually agreeing to it after the criminal case is done. So this is already, and we instructed, or we talked to our town administrator to see what needs to be done to do that. I believe that we have a Chief Procurement Officer, Randy Scollins. We have a Human Resource Officer. We have many professionals in this building that are easily able to make this happen. I don't think we have to stretch it out with committees, meetings after meetings. I don't believe that. I think the Select Board can be completely out of it. I think the town administrator can be completely out of it. And the reason I say this is I looked these up. I actually went and had a research on this particular thing, and the town of Holyoke did this. And I think it would be very simple for our Chief Procurement Officer to look at the RFP for the town of Holyoke, which covered just about everything that I heard through conversations with people, and actually draft something very similar to that and send it out and go. I don't think we have to drag this out and have meeting after meeting with all these people because they think that the town is doing wrong. We hire these people in this town. I was not on the Select Board when we hired Randy. I've worked with Randy on procurements in this town.
Thanks, sir.
I worked with him on the library. I've worked with him on other jobs. He is a professional. He has no secret interests in whatsoever. So I think he can actually be able to do this with the Human Resources Office and the people that work in this town hall without the Select Board or the town administrator, if that's a conflict being in. So that's the reason I'm voting no on this article, because I believe it's already addressed. It can be addressed within this building. Thank you.
The comments? Walkman?
So the Select Board is already in the process of hiring such a consultant. So this motion is duplicative and unnecessary. It's also flawed because it fails to contain language making clear that such review needs to occur after the completion of the Karen Reed trial. Finally, the Select Board opposes diverting $200,000 out of free cash with so many other critical municipal needs like the Galvin Middle School, St. Gerard's property, critical infrastructure and stuff like that. Similar to Article 4, I feel that this article is extremely vague. They want an audit, but they're not saying exactly what they want to audit. Our training is audited, our evidence is audited, policies and procedures. And so I am reluctant to give $200,000 out of free cash where there is no scope involved in this article as to what exactly is going to be audited. So.
Well, good point. Anybody else, any comments, Rob? I agree with Mr. Laughlin. Like I say, it's too vague.
Excuse me, I have something, are we not
No,
allowed
we're
to
not,
say
we're not
anything?
allowed, this is, no, we're not allowed.
Not allowed to say anything, we
Yeah,
just
yeah. no,
have to
this
go
is-
along
this
with
is-
it at this
exactly, This
point.
is a working meeting.
At this
Mr.
point.
Board.
Thank you very much.
Officer. Thank you.
So I make a motion that the select board votes no on Article 6 as written in the warrant.
Second.
It's been made and seconded. Any other comments, questions? Hearing none, all in favor of a no vote,
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
Um,
Thank you, everyone, for attending this evening. There is a lot going on, as you can imagine. The cafeteria is full. We're now in the gym with the overflow. There's still a line out into the parking lot for people wanting to get in, which is why I asked the town to post on the website to make sure that people showed up early to check in. We have a lot of listening to me talk before we actually begin the meeting. So the people, fortunately, are going to not listen to me before they come in. So I'd like to, before we actually begin the meeting, I'd like to start with an invocation by Reverend John Camilio III from the Congregational Church of Canton. So please stand and then remain standing after, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
We gather together 3 days before Thanksgiving, the American holiday for people of all faith traditions, the holy day that crosses the political, religious, and ideological boundaries that separate us, the barriers that we forge. It is the day that we gather with family members and friends to express our gratitude for the abundant blessings that you have poured into our lives individually and collectively. And yet we meet this evening as a community divided. We assemble in this place of learning to grapple with the contentious issue that has pitted neighbor against neighbor. O God, bless us. Reconcile us with one another. May amity and love prevail among us and throughout our neighborhoods. May we seek answers without denigrating our sisters and brothers. May our conversation be guided by justice and righteousness, not vengeance and malice. May your will be done in our midst, and may it revive our spirits and be the spirit of compassion and empathy that once again envelops this town, offering healing and wholeness. We ask this, O God, in all things, in your sacred holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Please remain standing, and we will now say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and for the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You now may be seated. And just so everyone knows, we are on about a 45-second time delay with our live stream. So that will impact how much we wait in between things. But I am now going to introduce Chief Wendell Robbery to discuss some of the safety aspects of tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Good evening. I'd just like to go over some safety points here tonight. I know we have a full capacity. In the event that we have to evacuate the building, I ask that you go in an orderly fashion to the closest fire exit. If you're in the auditorium here, the exit's to my left, down by the stage, over to the right by the stage. There's two exits, one that you came in, and there's one in the back corner to my left, to your right. So we're being live streamed here. Those people in the gymnasium, the exits are in the rear, and facing the rear to the right will be another exit, and of course, the way you came in. People in the cafeteria, if you look in the rear, the glass wall facing the Rodman building, there's an exit, and to the right of that exit is another exit. Any medical emergencies, we have paramedics in here. There's a paramedic in the cafeteria, gymnasium. We have detail officers all around. Just grab one of us and we'd be happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, here we go. Got to get my hammer ready. All right, so the 2023 Special Town Meeting is hereby called to order. The chair will entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the warrant.
So moved, Mr. Moderator.
The motion has been made and seconded to dispense with the reading of the motion. All in favor signify by raising your voting cards and saying aye. All opposed? The motion in this room has passed unanimously. I didn't get changed very well on this, but I will see if, make sure. Again, sorry, this is a 45-second delay. I will now need to give it a second to make sure that the second room is ready to roll. Is the cafeteria voted yet? Has the cafeteria voted yet? All right, let me start again. All we're voting at this point is to dispense of the reading of the warrant. You can ask for a vote, a favorable vote on dispensing. Louis, do we, same,
Mr. Moderator, the gymnasium overwhelmingly votes in favor of dispensing of the reading of the warrants.
thank you. So this is how we're going to operate tonight. And then now the chair will entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the constables.
So moved, Mr. Moderator.
All right, and as there's a motion has been made, second, and all in favor signify by raising your cards. Thank you. Has the motion for the dispensing of the constables, dispensing the reading of the constables been? I need a vote for the dispensing of the reading of the constables.
Mr. Moderator, the gymnasium, we have overwhelmingly voted in favor of dispensing of the readings.
Thank you. Has the cafeteria voted? Has the cafeteria voted to dispense of the reading of the constables?
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator.
The motion has been made and carried, so we are now ready to begin this evening's vote, this evening's meeting. So let me start by introducing myself. Some people may not know me. I will stand in front of the microphone. My name's Alan Hines, and I was voted as the moderator at the last annual town meeting. As a result of that,
Feedback on our speakers. We do not know what the last vote was called. Cafeteria votes overwhelming yes.
Okay, I will move away from the mic with the mic, with the walkie-talkie. Gail will Gail or someone,
Can you hear me, Alan?
yes, one part, yeah. All right, so I'm the moderator, and like all other board. Yes, for those that, hopefully this works better. I didn't realize that having a walkie-talkie in hand would interfere with the broadcast. The vote that was taken, I thought I heard that both rooms voted to dispense of the reading of the constables. If each room has not voted, I did hear that the cafeteria has voted that. Will the gymnasium please vote to dispense of the reading of the constables? To dispense of the reading of the constables. Okay, we will revote that in this room also while we're waiting. So I had a motion and a second to dispense of the reading of the constables. All in favor, please raise your card and vote. All opposed, raise your card. The reading of the proposed has passed unanimously in this hall. Thank you. So we are now, the motion carries and we're ready to continue. So I was introducing myself. I am a volunteer, as is just about every other board member that helps govern this town. And so just to let you know, what you're here tonight for is to vote on some particular articles. I've worked with the petitioners probably that I've responded to every one of them so that people have a comfort that what we're doing tonight is real government business. I know there's a lot of people that are frustrated with how things have progressed in the town. And I know that people came here for a number of reasons. Some people are coming here tonight to protest or to rally against or because of the arrest of Karen Reed. Some people are unhappy with the results of the last election, and some people are not happy about even having to attend a special town meeting. I have made accommodations for everybody that is here to protest tonight. There is a designated area for them. That is not what this hall is here to do. This hall is here to conduct the business that's going to be before us tonight. We were doing for the town. The activity that happened at that meeting upset me so much. I literally lost sleep for that night, wondering how would I handle that? How would I have handled myself if that happened to me at this meeting? I've thought a lot about that. Fortunately, I was given 2 pages of police procedures. If you see Lewis, if you can put up the first slide. My role as moderator is pretty clear. My job is to conduct a meeting and maintain the decorum of that meeting. I will treat you with respect. Anybody who's attended any of my meetings that I've presided over before knows I have the patience of a saint. Well, that's in my view. And I understand that this is the first time that many people have attended a town meeting. So you don't understand, I'm sure, all the protocols of how to address town meeting. And I can tell you, I personally, when I'm not moderating a meeting, I've had to stand up at one of these microphones and make my comments. And I got nervous. I mean, without a doubt, it's not an easy thing to do. My job is to make it comfortable for you. And I'm going to do that by making sure that people are maintaining a particular decorum at this meeting. Multiple times before this meeting started, I've asked you to read, pages 4 and 5 of the warrant. And that gives you an understanding of how to conduct yourselves during this meeting. But I think it's important for me to spend a couple of minutes on that. First of all, some people think that they are coming here to be able to ask questions to the select board, or because they were hoping that if Article 4 passed, that would open up a forum of discussion. It took me my first 2-hour call with the petitioners to explain to them that tonight's meeting would not accomplish that, because tonight's meeting is not to have those questions there. It's to address the motion, that whether or not we would do that. So as you get up at the microphones or you stand in line, and when I ask you to stand in line, I'm going to make sure that I address people and give them the opportunity to speak. And you should not be talking until I have recognized you to speak. And if you make a mistake or you're saying something that I don't believe is appropriate at the time, I'm going to and say order. And when I do that, the expectations is it's going to be as quiet as it is right now. And I will try to explain to you why I've had to make that motion. This meeting is governed by so many rules and bylaws that it literally takes me a couple of weeks to study those. And working with the petitioners, they now know how difficult it is and how a word or two could really change the aspect. So if you get up at the microphone, the first thing that you do is you state your name and your address, and then you say, I am standing either in favor or opposed to the article, and then you begin your points. Again, as I said, I will try to be patient because I understand that some people do not. In tonight's meeting, there are rules that govern tonight's meeting. And the first rule is, as you speak on an article, you are to address the article and the points of the article. If you're starting to stray off, and I had lots of questions, well, can I explain that I'm the CEO or whatever it is? And that is not pertinent. Tonight's meeting, everybody's point of view is just as important as others. So you are to make sure your comments are specifically related to the motion that we're discussing. Our bylaws say that speakers shall avoid personalities. Nobody is allowed to make comments related to a person's character or activities that do not pertain to the motion at hand. So if I bang my gavel and warn you, please take that very seriously, because be asking questions to anybody but me. All questions are be directed through the moderator. That doesn't mean you can't get up and say, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to know through you whether X, Y, Z. If I can answer the question, I will. If not, I will refer to someone that may be able to better answer it than me. And finally, I'm going to try to make sure that I handle the speaking order of people in an appropriate manner that will make this night's voting a little more understandable for everyone. So I will be first recognizing either the chair of the Finance Committee or the petitioners to make the primary motion. Then I will let whoever makes the primary motion finish their arguments on why they're making the motion. I will then go to the Finance Committee, who has debated that. And then there are either the Select Board or others that have prepared slides that have been given to me. I will recognize them. Then I'm going to ask if, when you are ready to, if you want to speak on the motion, that you form a line, and everybody that's in a satellite location I will try to get you a little bit in front of the line, since you have to walk all the way over here, give you an opportunity to speak so you can return. All right, so that's how we will conduct tonight's meeting. The petitioners have asked that they are able to present a opening discussion before we begin to address the articles. And one of the articles certainly is the voting process. And I will take painstaking efforts to make sure everyone understands how we will be voting tonight. So Louis, we have a situation. The feed to the gymnasium and the cafeteria are frozen. The best laid plans. Trust me, the town and myself. So please give us 1 second to troubleshoot the hotspot. And Mr. Birmingham, please be ready with the opening comments. What's the status, Charlie?
The cafeteria, it's a bit, but the state says that they can continue. The gymnasium is the problem right now. Using her for extended period of time. We lost all the heat in the gymnasium.
Um, Comments from the petitioners?
Okay, that's the cafeteria you can do, right? So what? Okay, we went through the cafeteria. I think the cafeteria is going to be okay. Just okay, let's go right away. The cafeteria is going to offer activity, but it sounds like Richard can work with that because they can hear video feeds. Right now, the cafeteria is not. So Josh, 19 is down there now, trying to correct that. Correct.
We only have 11 minutes. All right, while we're waiting, is Jim McCarthy here available in this auditorium? We have a, you're one of our counters and we have to, James McCarthy? Is James McCarthy in, was he supposed to be in cafeteria, gymnasium, or here? In here. Pardon?
Lewis is heading to the gym.
You know, it's funny. Everybody was like, "Are you nervous?" And all, you know, this going. The time that went into setting up 3 rooms and all the voting procedures and everything like that was amazing. And technology. I mean, we can all be. What?
James McCarthy.
I don't even know who's it.
All right, so
And we'll hear from them when they back up again.
James McCarthy. There's too many faces. It was checking people at the front.
Could he be out in
I
the lobby
looked,
checking
I
people
looked
in?
for him. I looked for him. I don't know.
He might be in one of the other rooms, but he should answer it. Okay? I think he
All
might be
right,
out.
so I need a person who's going to count on the other side. So it's my third person.
What about Robin?
He never gave me the-
Oh, we'll have to give it as soon as the first article
That's
comes up.
like planned.
Me too, but we got bumped
I
on
have
that.
to ask Patrice to give the gymnasium the oath. And Richard gives them the oath for the,
Can I ask people to do me a favor? If you can hear me and your phone is on and you're somehow on Wi-Fi, please put on airplane mode. Oh no, airplane mode wouldn't do it. But please consider turning your phone off because it could be that the wire, like we are trying to do this with a wireless feed, and it could be there's a lot of people in this room. So if you can turn your phone off, I think that could help the situation.
Well, we're waiting. We forgot to give them the oath before the meeting, so I'm gonna go to the cafeteria and the gym and see if I can get them, and then we could just do it here on the article.
Nightmare.
What? This doesn't work out. Discuss that. Yeah, okay, this straight out. We have to do this again.
Huh?
We don't get this straight out. We have to do this again. We gotta do it on photo.
We have technology fixed, so give us 1 second. So I'm waiting for our IT person. And I will make a better effort to stand closer to the microphone. And I will ask everybody who is also speaking to make sure that they're speaking close to the microphone and speak slowly so that people can understand on the transmission what you're saying. All right. Okay, so at this time, the chair will recognize the petitioners for an opening comment.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Tom Birmingham. I live on Sherman Avenue, Canton, Mass. I stand in favor of tonight's special town meeting and to help set the table for what the petitioners seek to accomplish this evening. Full disclosure, while I only signed the petition for Article 7, I fully support all of the petitioners' efforts to improve how we are governed. Over the past several months, I have been participating in an informal group loosely referred to as the Canton Moves Forward Coalition. This is a group of concerned citizens who are exploring different ways to address some of Canton's toughest challenges. Our unofficial goal is to help Canton move forward towards a stronger democracy and a more unified town. We have no charter, no voting structure, no budget. And in the future is to be heard. What we ask tonight is for people to please listen. Next slide. Thank goodness Americans have the right by law to pursue happiness. However, there is a lot of unhappiness going on around us. Our town is hurting and out of balance in ways I have never seen before. This certainly is a recipe for conflict, but it is also an opportunity for change. Forward. Next slide. We are experiencing unprecedented times. This requires unprecedented action. Tonight provides us with 3 examples. First, I believe this is Canton's first STM Special Town Meeting compelled by a citizen petition. Second, this is the largest turnout by far for a town meeting that I can recall. Third, we will be asked whether we want to use paper ballots to register our votes. These are all unprecedented actions. Folks, I'm here to tell you this is amazing progress right before our eyes. On behalf of myself and all the petitioners, I give a sincere shout out to the Finance Committee, the town moderator, the town clerk, all of our tellers, and of course, Lewis and the IT team working very diligently to make this town meeting happen. Thank you to all the helpers. We sincerely appreciate your efforts. Next slide. Many of you may be familiar with the legend of David and Goliath. It is essentially a story about how a skilled hunter who, on behalf of his people, defeated the seemingly invincible giant who represented the establishment. The key to David's success, he figured out that Goliath had poor vision and used that to his advantage. The petitioners feel a little like David. They are not experts in parliamentary procedure, municipal law, writing petitions, articles, and motions. They have limited time and resources to devote to these efforts. Their superpower is their passion and their skill in growing their ability to organize the community. Let us be clear, the petitioners have no intention of taking down our government. That they did not get everything right in the warrant or in preparing for tonight's meeting, but they have tried their hardest to navigate a complex system that favors the establishment mostly on their own. Next slide. Our journey towards happiness is a long and bumpy, next slide. Thank you. Our journey towards happiness is a long and bumpy one. This slide illustrates our journey towards this ideal. Tonight's special town meeting is an important first step toward Canton's collective care and attention. And freedom is the keystone to using democracy to pursue our happiness. Next slide. I will use the rest of my time to address these three critical questions. What is freedom? How does democracy protect it? And why are we here tonight? Next slide. 80 years ago, Norman Rockwell illustrated what freedom looks like in a series of 4 paintings. They are entitled Freedom of Speech, Freedom of Worship, Freedom from Want, and Freedom from Fear. While times have changed since then, I believe these 4 freedoms are still critical to our pursuit of happiness. Previous slide, please. While the freedom of speech painting on the left reflects exactly what we are doing here tonight, the gentleman in the foreground even has a warrant in his hand. Next slide, please. In the freedom from fear painting on the right, we see children resting safely in their beds, oblivious to the perils of this world. The father is holding a newspaper. The headlines describe the horrors of the ongoing conflict during World War II. America's for. Next slide. Democracy creates tension by design. Our Constitution guarantees it. Our forebears deeply understood that societies lose their balance through unchecked power. To ensure America's survival, they developed many checks and balances that naturally create tension. Tension among the voters and tension among our 3 branches of government. Next slide. Tonight, we will hear arguments for and against numerous articles and motions. There is a lot to unpack here, but the overriding theme of these articles is to ensure a balance of power among Canton's voters, select board, and police department. Works for them. What the petitioners essentially believe is that our local government does not fully represent the majority of Canton voters. In other words, they believe that Canton's balance of power among the Select Board and the Canton Police Department favor a vocal minority. What they seek is to use the legal tools of democracy to rebalance this power in a peaceful, respectful manner. Next slide. In the few minutes I have left, I'm now going to focus on why we are here tonight. Given how complicated the democratic process is, most of you probably drove here tonight. The best way to control a car is to use two hands on the steering wheel and follow the speed limit. We also know accidents happen, so we buckle up for safety. If we don't do these things, there could be catastrophic results. Next slide. Democracy also has different ways to help us steer, avoid accidents, and keep safe. For example, Article 1, a paper ballot, like a safety belt, helps voters feel more comfortable voting in a public and controversial better trust our law enforcement through improved transparency. Article 7, a change in the voting date, like two hands on the wheel, helps steer the course of democracy. So what are the petitioners seeking? To use the tools of democracy to improve the balance of power for the people, by the people. Last slide. In closing, Canton has a lot to be proud of. We have amazing sports teams. A shout out to the varsity girls volleyball team on a fantastic season. Congratulations. We also have an incredible arts program. The Wizard of Oz is a personal favorite of mine, and thank you to the arts department for a great program. And we have completely transformed two hazardous waste sites into vibrant gathering places. Now, we stand on the threshold of the next chapter of Canton's history with a lot more work ahead. If you want to help and aren't sure how, please email cantonmovesforward@gmail.com to learn more. No doubt, these changes carry a cost, but like an out-of-control car or an out-of-balance government, the consequences may be catastrophic. As my dad said, freedom is not free, but it sure as hell is worth fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asked for introductions. I knew that everyone would not be here, and I wanted everyone that on time or in their spot. So I wanted to make sure that we started with some introductions so everyone would be in place by the time the voting took place. The other thing I want to say is this opportunity to speak before we start the articles is really the only time we will be going off script. I mean, I was at the volleyball game, but those type of comments will not be ruled out of order once we start the business process. Since I asked the petitioners or allowed the petitioners the opportunity for some opening comments, I also asked the select board if they would like to have some opening comments. And so, Mr. Theodore, would you like to make some opening statements?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Thomas Theodore, 18 Charles Drive, and the chair of the Canton Select Board. First of all, I'd like to thank you all for being here this evening and participating in the special town meeting. We certainly are facing unprecedented and challenging times. We are all here together tonight albeit divided and somewhat contentious about a desire to do what we feel is right and best for our town. But over the past few months, I've been saddened by the fact that we as Canton residents have allowed outside influences with the intent of driving a wedge between us and our neighbors, along with total disregard for the well-being of our town. The vitriol and hatred displayed.
Order.
The vitriol and hatred displayed with an open mind. We must be respectful of other views, and we can agree to disagree and do so with civility. I believe we all have something to offer here this evening, and we can learn from one another. But most importantly, no matter what the outcome of this evening is, we make a commitment to one another that we do move forward, work collectively as a community, and always keep what is in the best interest of Canton in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee to make a motion for Article 1, Motion 1.
The Finance Committee moves motion 1 as written in the warrant.
Motion 1 has been made and seconded. Speaking on the motion, Ms. Thomas.
The Finance
And please introduce yourself.
Sorry. Cindy Thomas, 22 Long Meadow Drive, Chair of the Finance Committee. The Finance Committee unanimously recommends this motion. This motion will establish a meeting schedule for this special town meeting, and it will set out that we meet in 2 consecutive nights if needed, tonight and tomorrow night, Tuesday, November 21st, and then each subsequent Monday and Wednesday in the auditorium and related spaces. I don't know what's going on here. And this schedule will allow for a timely and efficient process to deliberate the articles.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. And I will note before I don't see anybody looking to talk further on that, I will note that the petitioners asked for, another day, and because of the play, we had problems accommodating that. I think their point was well taken, and that will be subject for future meetings to consider. So with that said, I ask that everyone in favor of motion 1, Article 1, motion 1, raise your hands and say aye. All opposed? The motion passed unanimously in this room. Let me check with the other rooms. Are still on the feed, about a 35 to 45 second delay. So it is what it is. I apologize for that. We're just still listening to Chairman Theodore speaking. Okay, so we have the gymnasium passed overwhelmingly, and we are now. All right, I believe that I can continue to talk because I have some comments before we make a motion for motion 2. And so let me explain a couple things because there's been a lot of information around how tonight's voting will go. And I apologize, everything you read in the paper is not true. And there was some confusion with respect for how, whether or not if the Finance Committee made a motion, whether or not we would be going immediately to a written ballot process without having a 36-hour delay. A 36-hour waiting period. I have read the bylaws. I consulted with multiple attorneys on what my powers and duties are under the bylaws. Okay, the last motion did pass unanimously, but I will continue this. Discussion, and then before we get to the vote, or the next motion. And so if the motion that the Finance Committee put into the warrant were to be acted on and passed first, I would be asking everybody to come back next Monday. Because I have some authority under a tellering process, I have approached the select board. I don't know if people have watched the video from last Friday, but I have proposed to them, and they did vote in favor of that, to put together a process where we would first, as a group, vote whether or not we wanted to use the standard voting process and tellering process. So the standard voting and tellering process is this. We just did the standard voting process. The standard telling process would be that everybody stand that wants to vote and hold their cards up until all the tellers count how many yeses there were, and then we put those down and do no. That is the standard tellering process. I, as moderator, have the authority to modify the standard telling process. So the first vote we're going to be making tonight, as I understand it, is I'm going to recognize the select board, and they're going to put forward a motion to use the standard voting and telling process. If that motion passes, that's what we do. If that motion fails, then the select board is ready to make an amendment to that. And the amendment will simply be that we will implement the moderator's tellering process. And my moderator's telling process is this, that on the votes that I believe are sensitive nature, that the people here are concerned about, we will have a written ballot process. And the way that will work is this. There are ballot boxes on each of the, in each of those areas. In this hall, there is 5 designated ballot boxes. In other halls, there's 1 each. People will stand up when a teller in their row tells them to go, and walk by
if you were unable to accurately assess the result of the vote, which is
That-
different
that-
from what you said.
Yes, okay, I apologize. So the very first step of everything is simply this. We start with a vote, and if it is a close vote where I need to have a tellering process, that is a written telling process, we would use that. But if the overwhelming majority of the people are voting one way in all rooms, then a written telling process would not change the outcome of that. So the downfall is no, it's not a secret ballot, but the only secret ballot option that we have in this town right now is that if the petitioners were to ask to have these questions put on our ballot. So the process that we're going to undertake right now is we're going to start with a motion for the standard. Then we will move an amended motion that would have a tellering process that if it's a close vote, we would go to a written. And then if the people still do not want that, the third option would be an option that Finance Committee may have voted tonight or what is in the, but if the, make no mistake about it, if the town votes a written ballot process, then we do have to have a 36-hour delay by law. So at this point, I'm going to recognize the chair of the Finance Committee to make the first motion. So, Board of Selectmen, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a substitute motion to Article 1, Motion 2, as printed on the back of the voter card.
So this motion that is being made right now says we will use the standard voting process, which was show of cards, and a standard tellering process. If you want to do that, vote it. If you want to have the option to have the written ballot process that would take place. So the first vote we are taking is that we will decide all these motions tonight by a standard voting process that we have used at every town meeting before. And that process is this. When I call for a vote, we raise our hand just like we raise our card like we did at the first. And the only time we need to go to a tellering process is if the vote is so close that I, as looking at the audience, cannot tell whether that wins or loses. If the standard tellering process, if it's a close vote, is simply this. Right now. And if you don't like that and prefer that instead of that on a close vote that we use a written ballot process, then you would vote no on this one instead of saying, yes, I want to use the standard process. So we have a motion and a second to order, or they have a question. Yes. Yes, and so for the written voting process, tellering process, if we go to that, we specifically designated the front rows and the back rows for somebody who would have trouble getting up. And so a teller will be coming around and collecting your votes with the box after others have voted. That's how we would do the, we've made accommodations for anyone that has trouble, mobility problems. Any other points of order or questions before we move this question? All right, seeing none. I'm sorry. If you're standing up with some, you need to be at a microphone and you need to be waving a card to me so that I can see you. Yes. You're not at a microphone?
I'm not, what I don't understand is this motion for all the articles or the 4, 5, 6, and 8?
This
not
motion
part of
right,
this?
this motion right now is a standard process for all articles that we will be voting tonight. The motion that will amend this, if not, will give me the authority to implement a written ballot process for sensitive articles.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All in favor of the standard voting process signify by raising your card. All opposed? Okay, in our room, this has passed by a majority. Not a super majority, but it is a clear majority. And so at this point, you can't doubt the vote until we've declared the vote. And just so you know, by doubting the vote, if there's 7 people that doubt the vote, then we have to go to a written process. And if I am declaring what the, no, sorry, we have to go to a tellering process. And if we go to a tellering process, again, I have the authority to implement the tellering process as I see fit. So please don't try to abuse my authority here. I am trying to develop a solution that the petitioners have and other members of the community has asked me to do. And so I'm prepared to go home tonight and wait another day. So at this point, this room has voted the motion to hold it as we always have in a we are waiting on the room. We are waiting on the gymnasium. Okay, so now, and can you, in each room, by the way, in each room, I've asked to have observers that were selected by the petitioners watching these votes. Can you ask the 2 moderators, did the observers concur with the findings that they had that this has passed in both of the rooms? There were supposed to be. Is Jean Boylan in the cafeteria? Richard Peterson in the gymnasium? Michael Wagner in the gymnasium? And Linda Patterson in the cafeteria? Okay, so in the cafeteria, the observers as well as the moderator have found that the standard process has passed. So again, I tried to make sure that we had not only moderators, but observers that were selected by the petitioners. So at this point, all 3 rooms have passed with a majority. We're waiting for confirmation from the 3rd room that the observers also concurred. And by the way, that was just a checks and balances for me. I don't need at this point their concurrence. And as a matter of fact, the town clerk had indicated to me that 7 people that don't believe this, please stand and be heard because, and again, please don't think this is going to give you a significant amount of extra work because at this point in time, I don't have to continue on with my proposal of moderating. But do I hear a second? I need 7. Do I hear a third? I need your name.
Name?
Name and address.
Dean Miller, 1069 Washington.
Okay, so I have 2 people that doubt that the vote passed by a majority. Are there other people? Is there anybody in the cafeteria or in the gymnasium that also doubt that that the process that we have in place we are waiting for that? Go ahead.
Elise Cohen, I'm a resident in Canton, and I challenge this.
Mary Ann Lee, 431 Bolivar Street.
All right, so that's 5. How about you, Jim? The chair declares that this motion has passed by a majority, and we have not had enough. All right, we are now moving to motion 3 of Article 1.
I'd like a point of order here. After the votes, is there allowed to be outbursts after the votes?
There it is. No, we are trying to maintain a decorum here. So I understand that people have always been excited and always clapped and cheered or whatever. And so I would ask you all to refrain from that if you can. All right. So we are now in motion 3 of Article 1. The chair will recognize Ms. Thomas.
The Finance Committee moves motion 3 as printed in the warrant.
Okay, motion 3 has been made and seconded. I'm sorry, speaking on the motion, Ms. Thomas.
The Finance Committee unanimously recommends this motion. As non-residents are not legally allowed to speak at a town meeting, this motion allows those listed in the warrant to legally speak and have other non-voting privileges before the special town meeting as needed. And this formalizes procedures used at other past town meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. Now, we don't know that some of these people want to speak or have not been informed that certain people want to speak. This is a standard process that we've used to put everything. Any further questions? I see a person over there.
I don't think, okay, thank you. Sean Colburn, 89 Randolph Terrace. Mr. Moderator, I have a few questions to ask about Article 1, Motion 3, specifically on the list of speakers allowed to participate in tonight's meeting but have no voting privileges. One person who stands out is a partner with the law firm Brody, Harden, Perkins, and Keston, and I choose not to call him out by name, but according to his bio, he is one of the state's leading authorities on police misconduct, as well as representing cities and towns facing lawsuits. I ask through you, Mr. Moderator, for clarity about his presence and speaking with 3 questions. If you would like to address the questions or have Mr. Keston himself I respectfully go through you. Is Mr. Keston here tonight to represent the Canton Police Department or one individual?
The answer to that question is simple. If somebody is here and they do speak and they are speaking on behalf of someone else, they must
Within our town government retained this person. Do you have an answer to that?
No, I don't, and I don't think that's in order. Next question.
Are the taxpayers of Canton paying for this legal representation? Do we happen to know if the select board chose this gentleman and if they are retaining?
Speak if they are in here. I have told the petitioners that if they wanted representation, I would allow them in this room to work with them. I personally have had to ask legal advice. My advisor is not in the room tonight because I felt well prepared, but that has nothing to do with the motion that's at hand. The motion at hand is, are these people, because questions could be answered after, but if they choose not to speak, again, I don't, have any inclination or knowledge of exactly, who the representation. I see the list. Everyone knows how to get on the list, and I've explained to the petitioners if they had represented, they need it. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions, I now, by the way, it is very hard for me. I mean, the room is full of all different colors. Please make sure that if you're standing in a microphone, thank you. I honestly, if you stood up here and looked out, you'd see it's just a array of colors. Sorry. Next question.
Good evening, Mr. Monitor. Respectfully, I second Sean's motion that if someone is going to
Excuse me. You're.
allow me to finish my
Yeah,
sentence to see
please.
if it's a repeat of a question or a statement.
Go ahead. You want to repeat a question?
Thank you. Yes, I do think that if someone is going to make gun motions into their mouth, the cop should be paying attention to the audience right now. Thank you. Let's raise the bar. My comment is that respectfully, if someone's going to sway the crowd with their opinion and they are an out-of-towner, I think that we should know if they are on our payroll that we are paying for.
And if they speak, they are, I've responded to that question. If they speak, they are required by our bylaws to disclose that. So
That
again,
they're being paid
I do
by
not
tax
know what their intentions are.
dollars, that they're being paid by tax dollars. That's what they have to disclose.
Again, that is not what they have to disclose. They have
That
to
should be.
disclose who they are representing. So
Okay.
it's pretty easy to figure out. I mean, our town tax dollars are only appropriated by you, the people. So it's pretty easy to figure that out. And all the books are open books. So I appreciate your concern and comments, but again, they are not appropriate for this motion that is before us tonight. Hopefully that satisfies you. All
Thank you for
right.
your time.
Any other questions? Seeing none. All opposed, please signify by raising your cards. The motion has passed in this room by at least a 80% margin, so 80% to 20%. So that is my declaring in this room. Again, it does not need that.
Looks like the cafeteria, they're probably only like 10 or 15 seconds behind us, but the gymnasium is probably a minute or two.
All right, give it one more second. Or have given me some names to help verify the people that were assigned to the gymnasium are not there. If there's someone else on the list that they gave me that would like to go and be the observer and help confirm some of these votes, please see me. All right, so motion 3 of Article 2 has overwhelmingly passed in all 3 locations, and the chair has ordered it so voted. And Article 1 is now closed and dispensed. Yes, it is now closed and dispensed of. And we will now move on to Article 2. For Article 2, the chair will recognize. Okay, Article 2 has been withdrawn without prejudice, so at this point, there will be no discussion on that one. So we now are moving on to Article 3. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, did I do something?
We also, for the record, and keep in mind, I'm not always good at this, we have to start with a name and address. And so Kathleen, I am sorry because we've been working so closely the last couple of days. I didn't even ask that, but please.
Kathleen Howley, 43 Sherman Avenue.
Thank you. And so now, again, the Article 3.
For Article 3, the petitioners wish to withdraw Article 3 without prejudice.
Thank you. So Article 3 has been withdrawn without prejudice and will not be debated. We are now moving on to Article 4.
Mr. Moderator, the petitioners wish to withdraw Article 4 without prejudice.
All right. Tell them I apologize. All right, I apologize. I've got a question from the audience in the other room, and I got to also make sure that I'm trying to give them the proper attention just because they didn't get here at 5 o'clock like the rest of this audience. Want to make sure that I'm addressing them too. So I'm sorry, Kathleen. Article 4, again.
I'm just trying to get this a little lower. Mr. Moderator, the petitioners wish to withdraw Article 4 without prejudice.
Thank you. So Article 4 has been withdrawn without prejudice and therefore will not be debated or discussed tonight. Thank you. On a comment on that, the petitioners, they're not allowed to now speak on this, but since I have worked with them, because they can't debate an article, but I do know that there's some things that they just didn't feel quite ready for. So by withdrawing an article without prejudice, it allows them to possibly revisit some of these things at a later date. Again, excuse me. Decorum, please. There's been a lot of hard work put into all this stuff for the last couple of weeks. I truly expect everybody to respect what is happening tonight. And again, I didn't have to, comment on that. But again, there's a lot of work that goes into any of these articles. And I believe that the petitioners' perspective on this, it was their own, not guided by myself or anyone. So I just wanted to explain to you what it means to be withdrawn without prejudice. So I don't know if that's their intention, but again, that is what the element is. So now we are ready to move on to Article 5. So again, the chair will recognize the petitioners, Kathleen, to make a motion for Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, I'm making a motion to move consideration of this be postponed until after Article 8.
Okay, so the petitioner would like to address other articles before actually addressing this one for various reasons on that, it's their own opinion. But that motion to address this article after we've disposed of Article 8 is the motion that's on the table. Do I hear a second? So I hear a motion. Ms. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you for all the work that you've put into this meeting, as well as everybody else in the town, especially FinCom has spent hours and hours on this. We feel that the meeting would go more quickly to address some of the articles that have the greatest attention here tonight. And for those reasons, I ask that this article be moved until after Article 8.
Great. Any other comments on that? Seeing none, all in favor to move this until after Article 8, raise and... Okay, all opposed? All right. I will not declare my findings until I've heard from the other room, primarily because of the time lag. I would like them to finish voting and have this done so that my perspective or the perspective of this room does not sway the votes in the other room. So give this a second. And when... Go ahead. All right. And so we also have someone coming in from the cafeteria to speak on a point of order. So I would wait for that person for a second. To a microphone.
Sorry, sitting in the cafeteria, we're about a couple minutes behind you. I had a point of order. When these articles are being withdrawn without prejudice, are we talking for the entire special town meeting? Because it wasn't that clear. In other words, can that be brought up if this went to a second day? or this is off for
No,
discussion?
once an article is withdrawn, that means when the petitioner withdraws a motion without prejudice, that means they're taking it off the table like it never was on this warrant whatsoever.
I
That's what,
just want that clarification.
yes.
So that
So
those
they are
five-
taking this off this warrant. It cannot be brought up at a later time. They have withdrawn this article from this meeting as it exists.
So I want to just make that clear.
Yep.
So
So when I spoke, thank you, I appreciate the point of order. So when I spoke that they may, I'll try to do better. I need your name and address, as,
Glenn Hamilton, 22 Woodcliff Road, Canton. Okay?
Get ready for a telling. Huh?
okay, anybody who has looked and, all right, so what we had, my perspective here is that we passed by a slight majority in this room to move this to a later point in time. The other, which other was close? The cafeteria was also very close, but the gymnasium moved it with a significant majority. So therefore, I find that the motion to move it, to discuss it later has passed. And if somebody wants to challenge that, that's fine. But the thing, the aspect is, all we're doing is changing the timing on that. So I have declared that the motion to move this until after Article 8 has so passed and is so ordered. All right, seeing no other questions, I now will start with Article 6. So Article 6, I will first ask the Finance Committee to move.
You should see a motion for Article 6 and as presented above.
Okay, so the Finance Committee, following we're on a very tight deadline to get the warrant out so we could get printed copies to everybody. They made a motion that you saw is printed in the warrant. They met a subsequent meeting and revised that motion. And that motion is what you're seeing as printed on the back of this card. And so, Ms. Thomas, can you speak to the motion and also address the slight nuance change between the two?
That is on the back of your card, speaks to this, this process to proceed with a review of the police department to be led by the town chief procurement officer, and specifies instead of 3 to 5, we specify that it should have 5 members in this committee, 2 to be nominated by the petitioners and 2 to be nominated by from community members at large to the chief procurement officer. And we also indicated that this procurement should follow all standard procurement laws and be conducted in compliance with all conflict of interest and ethic laws. Developing the RFP, the review process, and the selection. And then in addition, in compliance with public records law, the results of the independent consultant's report should be made public upon completion. So that's kind of a brief summary of the article and some of the key points. The Finance Committee voted unanimously review of policies, procedures, and compliance. The formation of a committee to oversee the procurement was recommended to preserve the integrity of the selection process, and I've already stated how that would be done. The Finance Committee recommended also that Chapter 30B, Section 6 be used as a procurement process in order to select not just the lowest bidder, but the most qualified bidder. Obviously, finances would be taken into consideration. We've also suggested that $200,000 was the amount recommended by the article sponsor for this. That would be a maximum, not an expectation that it would necessarily cost $200,000. Want to comment on the fact, and we had discussions with this both among our committee and with the select board. Select board has already indicated its intent to proceed with a review of the police department and has requested that the town moderator begin a search process for a national organization to conduct this review. However, to date, the select board has not indicated anything about what the cost of that review will be, nor have they indicated how that review will be funded. This article does both. So we feel that this article provides more transparency. In addition, given that the select board has publicly made this commitment, we feel that this article primarily serves to shift the responsibility for the review from the select board to a procurement committee and the chief procurement office. Of conflict of interest, Finance Committee felt that this approach was preferable. The Procurement Committee, as I said, would be responsible for developing the request for proposals, development of the metrics for evaluating those proposals, and actual evaluation of the responses and selecting the winning bid. Finally, as I mentioned, by specifying the maximum cost and the funding source, we feel that this motion is fully transparent to the voters. We struggled also to find a way to audit the select board, which was included in the citizens petition. Of note is that our administrative code is currently undergoing review. There are many already regulations around how the select board must function relative to conflict of interest and ethics laws. And so we did not take any action on an audit of the select board at this time. I will also note that in considering the audit of the select board, the Finance Committee deliberated in length about considering a motion for will be a matter to be brought forward at the annual town meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. I have a couple questions that before I move in the next person. Two questions I have is usually when there's amounts that are put in for can you tell me how was that figure derived at? And how does that compare to the standard cost to perform such an audit?
So that number was provided in the original article from the petitioners, and so we stayed with that amount. We have not, I think, with the early stages of not even having scoped out an RFP and framework for the procurement, we're not prepared to give a specific amount, so we went along with what the petitioners proposed. I should also notice that these funds would be a transfer from free cash in the undesignated general fund balance.
Thank you. Wait, don't leave me because I have one other question that was asked me too. There's a couple of items here, and you mentioned that 2 board members voted with apparent conflict of interest. Have you reached out to the ethics board, or has anybody have a determination letter that what was done is in fact a conflict of interest?
All public committees such as the Finance Committee, the Select Board. Anyone who serves in a public capacity with our town is required to take both the training from the open meeting law and also to complete ethics training. I think that ethics training is pretty clear that if you have an immediate family member who would be impacted by a vote that you would take, that you not just abstain from that vote, but you really are responsible to recuse yourself from discussion. So to be clear, if I was voting on a matter that affected an immediate family of mine, I would go sit in the audience while the body deliberated and made its decisions.
Thank you. And question for the select board, if I may, has everyone in the select board also take, I know. Okay, so everyone also on the board has taken the ethics training. And again, there is a process that we do have for determining if something is, there is an ethics hotline. And so before somebody accuses somebody of doing something, that conflict of interest and things like that are very, and I apologize, I didn't mean to use the word accuse, but makes a comment that somebody has violated something, I do think that, there should be a letter of determination and thing. So please, if you're going to make comments, make sure that you are well informed and you have the right, answer. Ms. Thomas.
I want to be clear that I did not make an accusation as much as to state a fact that our select board's position in being able to move forward with an independent investigation is potentially challenged by the fact that only 3 of the 5 members would be in a position to actively engage in securing that review.
Appreciate that.
So
Thank you.
I did not make an accusation.
And I apologize. Again, like I said, everybody is, when you're up and you're trying to formulate your thoughts, everybody will make mistakes. I just made a mistake and I apologize. That's not, I didn't intend to imply that, but I do want to make sure that if people are saying something, that it's 100% that you have, that have something, again, ethics is a very important issue in government. This gentleman.
I live at, Phil Glenn, I live at 8 Kings Road. Who investigates ethics, morals, and values of the select board? Who's designated to inspect them and, hold them accountable for their violations, if there are any?
We all are. There is at first. Yeah, and I've had to do this a couple times. I think anybody who's attended a prior board meeting, annual meeting that I presided over, I had to call the ethics hotline on issues because I was on the board for the Revere and Son, and we were asking for financial thing. So the first step is they make a determination. Second of all, we all have that, and there's an ethics hotline in the state, and you call that, and you can report that, and then they will investigate and they will give you a letter of determination. So that's, I've heard many times during the last few months of, you shouldn't have done this, you shouldn't have done that. And again, I don't know the right answer myself, but what I am asking people to do is, if that's what they believe, instead of standing up and saying that, you could ask them, have you consulted or whatever? I don't know the answer to that, but again, accusations or making comments like that is very disturbing. And there is there is a state process that is hotline. You call it and
Yes, sir. I'm not accusing anybody.
No, I'm just trying to explain the process. So, all right. So we have. Second, and we point it, go ahead.
Hi, Kevin Marnick, 6 Carriage Lane. I don't know if I'm out of order in here, but I did have some questions about the procurement committee themselves.
Before we do that, I am trying to address this in a particular order. My understanding was that the petitioners may make an amendment to this. So before this is totally debated, I would like to give the petitioners their opportunity to offer the amendment. So, and then, again, I want to get the right motion on the table that we're going to be voting. The petitioners didn't necessarily agree with the Finance Committee's motion in this case. They had offered some amendments, and if the first thing I want to do is make sure that these amendments, if they still want to make them, are put on the table and considered. So the chair will recognize Kathleen Holly to speak next.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The petitioners rise to support the FinCom's motion.
Okay. All right, so that's all. Now I can go to the debate. So the gentleman to the right over here.
All right, and I don't want to make everybody cringe, but I do have a couple slides that I sent to Louis because I'm kind of questioning, I guess, what are they going to accomplish with this audit? Because I've heard a lot of talk about lack of independent external oversight, compliance with policies isn't monitored, audits are self-reporting, the CPD is afraid of being audited. All right, but when you look up here, and I'm not going to go verbatim here, we're not going to talk about other David and Goliath topics, but you know, when you look up here from an outside auditing, external monitoring perspective, I mean, everything that's being proposed in this motion is covered. Okay, they have independent financial and evidence room audits done annually. Citizen privacy is covered by CJIS, which monitors all data access, all searches performed by a police officer in the computer system. You have media and citizens monitoring radio scanners, recording interactions on their phones. From a reporting perspective, they have mandated FBI reporting for excessive use of force or use of force in general. Mandated taser deployment reporting for the Executive Office of Public Safety. There's a whole bunch of different things already in place here that cover all this, with court trials being the ultimate oversight, okay? Defense teams, judges, juries, prosecutors, et cetera, they get to objectively analyze every single case. The evidence collection methods, everything that you get to see during the trial. Next slide, please. From an officer conduct perspective, I mean, that's on here with complaints, et cetera. We have things that are state-run organizations already in place to handle this, okay? And the police are required by law to report on these things. There's an oversight commission with a majority civilian, and every law enforcement agency office has to get certified on this every 3 years. Next slide, please. I mean, they have training mandates. They have organizations that oversee everything that they're supposed to be trained on every year. And our Canton Police Department already does a whole bunch of other voluntary trainings every year. So I guess I'm confused here because I also saw elements for conflicts of interest. That's where jurisdictional control comes in. If there is a conflict of interest, the Mass State Police take over an investigation or some other organization takes over an investigation, okay? Crime scene compliance. I mean, they have external lab units that collect information, that collect evidence. It's not done. A self-assessment process, or it's self-reporting, or, you know, they don't review compliance. That's absolutely untrue. This is a big achievement for our police organization, okay? We are one of 122 law enforcement agencies out of 374 in Massachusetts that have achieved this accreditation. That's less than we're the top third, 90%, okay? No other people are doing this all over the place. It's not required. It is voluntary. They don't have to do this. And this involves a thorough examination of everything, their equipment, their of compliance with all the policies and procedures and everything they're talking about analyzing here and spending $200,000 on, which, to be frank, we don't know if it's going to be $200,000. That is an estimate. It's a placeholder. This thing could be 500,000, could be $1 million.
No. The motion as written would set a maximum on that. So just
Okay.
want to clarify that for the people. And you have another minute.
Yep. And I guess I have concern with the committee. You know, I've watched the FinCom meetings. I've heard a lot about perception of bias. We don't want the select board to select a thing because of conflicts of interest. Well, how is having a committee with 60% attendees chosen by the petitioners not biased? They are biased. They pulled this town together in this meeting together.
Order.
So I disagree with having any petitioner involvement in selecting members. And if you want to recuse other people for other reasons, that's fine. But
All right.
that is not an unbiased committee.
That's an opinion. Thank you. Next speaker, I'm going to move over here. And then I'm going to go. And because we want to make sure this is fair debate, if you are speaking in favor of an article, I want you to stand to the left. And if you're speaking on opposed to the motion, well, all right, then if you don't like that, I'm fine with that, but I will end the debate when it's time. So let's go to the next speaker.
Mr. Moderator, Bob McCarthy, Old Meadow Lane. The original articles presented were illegal and unenforceable. This current one basically is beyond the scope of the article. The Finance Committee rewrote and added to the scope. Why? I have no idea. I spent 8 years on the Finance Committee, and I've never, ever seen this done. I know they were trying to help, but they made a bad situation worse. The Finance Committee also sought the advice from the proponents, and the proponents only. Why? Proponents want to control $200,000 and the study. Originally, there should have been a scope of service. There is none. They have no idea what they want to study. Who's going to put the scope together? Based on what? They want to control a minimum of 60% of the committee, although now they didn't put that amendment in, but they still want to control. When they were at the Finance Committee meeting, they said they probably couldn't accept a committee that they didn't have 60%. Proponents believe that all town employees can't be trusted. They attain it. Who are these proponents? What are their qualifications? They're not elected. They represent 1.75% of 17,000 registered voters. What about the other 98.5% of the voters? Except for the procurement officer. Except for the procurement officer or his designee, they want him to accept whatever they come up with. That means he's got to commit his license, commit his reputation on people he doesn't know, and do not trust him because he works for the town. I would never do this. Again, 1.7% of 17,000 registered voters. Does a well-run town over and allow the study that the Select Board has already started and continue. These proponents are never going to be satisfied until you have total capitulation from the 98%. The town must stop pandering to the disruptive minority and move on. I hope this article is rejected.
Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
4 minutes.
Greg Murphy, 19 Wildwood Drive. I would like to state that I support the Canton Police. Because I do, I accepted Chief Rafferty's open invitation to speak, and since that time, I've spent past several months understanding the many procedures and audits conducted of the Canton Police Department. Chief Rafferty and I have corresponded many times and met to discuss CPD processes and audits in person twice. One of those times, she graciously invited me down to the CPD to meet with her and several of her staff to review their processes. Ultimately, I came to understand that the police must perform a lot of training overseen by the Massachusetts Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission, Post Commission, and they must be certified for duty. I have learned that CPD has not only established all mandatory procedures required by the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission for certification, but they also established optional procedures required to achieve the accreditation level. This is a great step, and the CPD should be commended for it. But I also learned that the attestation of an officer's fitness for duty is performed by the chief or her designate, and there is no review of how well or even whether CPD follows all of those procedures. And in fact, if there are any concerns raised regarding procedures not being followed, the only review that is performed is done internally. This is why we need an independent audit of the CPD. They may be doing everything correctly, but we need an independent review to know for sure. Further, the Select Board only authorized audit of the CPD after the submission of this petition requiring the STM and this article that's contained in it. Their approval occurred after several months of ignoring and stifling citizens' requests for review. Now, the Select Board was suggesting that the audit of the CPD that they wanted to conduct is the way to go. This is the same Select Board that has stated multiple times in their meetings when CPD reviews were requested that they do not tell the CPD how to do their job. I feel the Select Board missed their window of opportunity, and we should proceed with the motion as written. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now working my way to the right. So the woman in blue.
Hi,
Name?
Kathy Butters, 84 Walpole Street. I stand opposed to this article. My position is town accountant as hired under the Mass General Laws 41, Section 55. As town accountant, I'm also responsible for report monthly, quarterly, and annually to the Mass Department of Local Services, the Mass Department of Revenue, as well as legal services and their IRS. Our town completes an external audit every year as required. Canton goes above and beyond by completing extra steps to be recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association. We don't have to do this, it's optional. We have received an award for the last 17 years for our excellence in financial reporting. Our external audit for FY23 was just completed a couple of weeks ago, and we will be submitting for that same award again very shortly. While our external audit includes the police department also goes above and beyond to be one out of 122 police departments out of 351 in the state to be accredited by the Mass Police Accredited Commission. I have also worked with the past two police chiefs to file and submit all financial records related to asset forfeiture proceeds, overtime records for any task force. All of this is optional. Our police department doesn't have to do this. They go above and beyond. I am going to quote our town administrator, who recently said of me, "Kathy follows the rules, annoyingly so." This is true. I follow every rule, and because of this, I say no, and I put down a lot of things that makes me not a very well-liked person with a lot of the departments. But I'm fine with that because I know I'm following the rules and I'm doing what's best for Canton. I consider this article redundant and a waste of town funds. Therefore, I ask you to join me and vote no on this article.
Thank you, Ms. Butters. All right, I'm going to work my way across the room, but before I have somebody that in front that would like to speak, they can't get up. Go ahead.
Patricia Brooks, 9 Bond Street, Canton, obviously. I am first of all, completed the the ethics program for both Blue Hill Regional School as a member of the, as an elected member of the retirement system. I just wanted to ask a point of clarification. I'm not going here, yes or no. I watched the Finance Committee meeting on November 13th, and they had, I can't remember the numbers. I think it was 3 for one portion, 2 for the other, and of course the auditor. I call him the auditor. Can these petitioners be on that committee, since it's supposed to be an independent committee, so that there's no conflict of interest or anything like that? For me to be on that committee, I would be in conflict. I would, because I know exactly how I'm going to vote, and they would know exactly how I'm going to vote. It would be like me having, I'm going to be opposed to it, and these people that put in the petition obviously are going to be a favor of it. So how would that be independent?
Okay, so thank you for your comments and question. You raised one point. Again, this article is written in a way, and I've had to get a lot of legal advice on motions that are legal motions, but may not be legally enforceable motions, meaning our bylaws and our laws give authority to the chief procurement officer to do some things. The way this motion is being written, he's authorized and requested. Of performing the procurement. However, again, the reason I've allowed this vote is because I think that if the voice of the people are heard, he would potentially accept that, get a committee to help put together the RFP and things like that to get the input from the. But again, that is his ultimate responsibility. With respect to whether the petitioners would truly be independent or not, I think, I really enjoy our town process. That people can share and we all can learn from them. And when we all as committee members get together and share our views, even when we don't agree on some things, the end result is typically a better end product. So there would not be an independence conflict from them getting on, even if they are putting this forward, knowing, what their initial feelings are. I believe in talking with them over the last month, they're looking for someone to come in and independently either validate or invalidate their assumptions. So I hope that answers the question. Okay, I'm still working my way across the room here. Go ahead. Point of order?
Point of order, thank you. Stand back, sorry. I just want to make a couple of corrections. The petitioners actually supported the Finance Committee's article, which has 40% of the petitioners, allows the petitioners to nominate 2 members of the Procurement Committee, which is 40%, not 60%. I also want to note that when we had our discussion about this article, we did hear from the petitioners. That is typical practice. If the Select Board were putting forth an article, we would provide them with opportunity to speak on that article with the Finance Committee. And in fact, the evening that we debated this at length, we had 2 members of the Select Board in attendance, Mr. Loughran and Mr. Theodore. So I just really wanted to correct those comments that were incorrect.
Thank you. So starting over here, I'm going to work my way. Please, if you've heard something that you're about to talk about, I ask you to step back in the line because I do not believe I'm going to be able to get to hear from everybody. So We've had a couple of very long discussions to start, and I should be trying to limit them. I'm trying to be patient, but if I do the math of how many people are standing up, and if you all spend 5 minutes, we're going to spend an awful lot of time here. So I'm going to ask you to, if there is anything that you've already heard, please don't repeat it. If you have new comments, we'd like to hear them. So, woman next.
Good evening, Mr. Monitor. Jennifer O'Donnell, 16 Walnut Knolls. I support the third-party audit, and I have reasonings behind that. I am wondering if the monitor is allowed to address some questions to Chief Rafferty on my behalf.
You can ask them. I'm not sure if I will pass them along, because they definitely need to be pertinent to whether or not we would go forward. So if they're related to what other types of audits we have before. So go ahead, let's start.
Sure. I was wondering if the public or if the committee or Chief Rafferty could speak on behalf of whether there was a proper vetting process done when she was given the position of chief.
That is out of order. Next question.
My next
Please,
question-
order. Next question.
My next question would be if Chief Rafferty could advise parents on what to do when they have requested a meeting with herself and officers and she will not comply.
All right, so this is going to be your second warning. All right. If you continue to ask questions that are not pertinent to this, I will be asking you to leave. So, and please, everybody, please know that I have the authority to make that happen. I don't want to. So please respect what we are here tonight doing. Do you have any other questions? And please be very careful.
Oh, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I apologize for that.
All right. Again, everybody, this is very hard to do, and I apologize, but I just want to make sure every other question that is not related to that. Next question.
All right. So would the fact that all of the board members voted on Friday's meeting opposing anything that had to do with the Canton Police Department be cause to have an audit?
So I have not seen that the select board would want to speak on this. I'm not seeing anyone at a microphone. The select board meeting was aired. I was at that meeting where they held their position. They stated why they voted the way they voted. So they may or may not choose to reiterate that at the
They
tonight's
should
meeting.
have recused themselves, though, according to
Please
law
be very
and
careful.
ethics.
Please be very
I am.
careful on your next statement, all right? If
Would
you have
you-
a determination that you are absolutely sure that they should have recused themselves, then you can make it, but I'll tell you right now, you better be 100% sure.
Would you ask the board if they have reviewed the ethics clause?
That is,
and if
I've
they
asked
should
them
have
if they've
recused
passed, if
themselves?
they've taken the course.
The
period.
course is one thing. Did they have to, were they bound to recuse themselves according to their code of ethics? I don't think I'm out of order for that.
I'm going to end it with that. I'm going to move over and I am respectfully asking you at this time to step down because again,
Thank you.
I understand what you're trying to accomplish. Please. I understand your concerns or whatever. I've just explained to you that if you believe that and you have a concern, it is your, please look at me and pay attention. It is your response.
There are people being
It is-
rude to me behind me. They're speaking rudely to me. Out of order on them.
I'm asking everybody to be quiet. I've just explained, I've tried to explain It is all of our responsibility.
To be respectful.
I appreciate if that is your concern. Please just Google it. There is a ethics hotline, and you are able to call and report them, and you'll get a letter of determination. All right? Thank you. Next person.
Yes, Rita Lombardi, sorry, 8 Kings Road, and I rise in favor of Article 6. I do support the Canton Police Department. I have my entire life. My relatives are in this town. My dad grew up in this town. I had the utmost respect for the Canton Police Department. I support the audit because I have worked for companies for years that do independent audits. Nobody likes to have an independent audit done, but when it is done, it shines light on where you're doing things right and where you're doing things where you need to improve. And it is a gift when you find out where you can do better and you improve, and it increases efficiencies. And some of the positives about an independent audits, they're impartial and include a review of compliance of the activities and reports to the policies and procedures. We heard earlier that these audits are being done. We have never seen an independent audit that shows us this. If there is one that is done that shows us the compliance that's not self-graded, fabulous. I'd love to see it. Audits that do not include the compliance component by an impartial party have limited, if any, value. It's equivalent to grading your own paper. Independent audits serve as useful checks and balances to ensure that policing activities are being carried out in accordance with established ethical standards, regulations, and laws. Independent audits allow police departments to proactively address concerns, improve operations, build stronger relationships with the community. We're at a point right now where we don't have a strong relationship, as is evidenced by some of the heckling in here. Some reports areas include areas of successes that are celebrated and identify systemic issues within the department, leading to improvements in policies, training, and personnel. They provide elected officials, such as the Board of Select who oversees them, information regarding their oversight responsibilities. And reduce operating costs. So whatever the audit costs, you can be assured that you will reap the benefits of that in operational efficiencies. Improve decision-making, efficiency, and reduce operational costs and mitigate financial exposure and, maybe an internal or an external audit would have helped prevent that. We don't know because we haven't done it. It's an alternative form of citizen oversight. And when the police when the police department demonstrates that it supports independent oversight, they are telling the community that they value transparency, fairness, and continuous improvements. The long-term benefits and the reduction in financial risk exposure far outweigh the cost. I ask you to vote yes for the audit because good enough isn't. We need to be better. We are better, and we can do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Order. All right. I am going to take a couple more comments. I want to make sure that these comments are new and unique. Otherwise, so please make sure you weigh your words carefully. We're starting to hear a lot of the same items, the value of audits and things like that. But I do want to have people be heard. I don't want to not have people be heard. So I'm asking you to please consider whether your comments are going to be critical to helping move this audience one way or another. The woman in peach,
Orange?
yes, whatever,
Okay.
orange.
Mr.
yeah.
Moderator, thank you. Could I cede to Kathleen Trish Boyden, 26 Farm Street. I'm wondering if I could cede to Kathleen, because I think she has slides.
Yes, you may yield to her. Next, Kathleen.
Kathleen Howley, 43 Sherman Ave. If I can ask Louis to bring up our slides and go to the second slide. Actually, can you go back one? No? Okay. Can you go forward one, please? Yeah. So, Mr. Moderator, I just want to point out that we are here talking about an independent audit of our police department, that taxpayers spend more than $5 million a year on. And the Select Board has already issued a statement saying we agree, and they've conveyed that they want a thorough and holistic administrative review of the policies and procedures. So I think we are not here to discuss whether.
Excuse me, point of order. The other rooms are having trouble reading the slides. So in fairness to the other rooms who are going to vote and think, you can either read the slides or please make sure that you're summarizing in your comments the points on the slide so that all rooms have the same information to vote on, all right? Thank you.
Let me just read the Select Board October 24th statement. We have heard the individual concerns of our residents. We agree and have conveyed to our police chief that a thorough and holistic administrative review of the policies and procedures of the CPD is appropriate, and at our direction, the town administrator, Charles Judy, has begun the process of researching national firms that have the capacity to conduct this work. So my point, excuse me, my point is that it seems we're in agreement on the issue of an audit, and we are discussing how that could be done. Louis, could you go to the next slide? So the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission, it does audit policies and procedures, and I want to point out that was the word in the slide that we just saw. That's what the Select Board is suggesting, policies and procedures. It does not audit whether those procedures are being followed. Compliance is a self-assessment. If you Google this title, the Massachusetts Police Accreditation Commission, and the self-assessment phase, you will come up with the webpage I'm talking about. So it's really the most labor-intensive and time-consuming phase of the process. It's really the hardest part, is what they say. It is a self-assessment phase. So the compliance part of it is, if I can use a term that policies and procedures. And what we're looking for is an independent audit to see about compliance. There was a slide up here a little while ago that said, that had listed all of these things that were passive things. They are not, or an audit of compliance with those policies and procedures. Louis, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. I just want to show you on the post database. If you look at Canton, we have an amazing record. We have one disciplinary action, and that occurred while the officer was with the Boston Police Department. And then if you look at the towns around Canton, you see what their results are. We would like to have an independent audit to see if it's a case of we spend a lot of money on our police department, and we're happy to do that. Most of the people who in the group that gathered the signatures have law enforcement in their family. I do. I had an uncle who was in law enforcement. I come from a military family, and we are grateful to the police,
And I want to end with one story, Mr. Moderator.
I am cutting you off at this point. I believe that the town at this point is ready to vote this motion. So at this point, I would ask again, everybody be seated and get ready to vote. I apologize. I would love to have had, plenty of time to speak all night long. I apologize, but it is evident to me by everybody's motions and that we are ready to vote this motion. So please, everybody in the other room, what we have is the motion that is written on the back of the voting card is the motion that's at hand. So all in favor of this motion, please signify by raising your cards. All right, everybody look around and make sure you understand. All opposed? Okay, and now we will wait for the results of the other room. Well, if we go through this. I wouldn't call it. I wouldn't have called it if it was an open meeting. So let's see.
Cafeteria motion carried.
By I'm Please be patient. All right, please be seated again. All right, I'm going to do this one more time for our room because I know the results of the two other rooms. And I would like to, everyone in favor, please raise your card. All opposed? All right. The results of our room, I believe the motion passed narrowly. The motion passed narrowly in the gym. Passed narrowly in the gym, and the motion passed narrowly or by a better margin. And so as a result, by a narrow margin in all three, and is so voted. next person.
Agree with you, Count.
All right.
James Terrell, Full Wall Court.
All right. So I have one disagreement. Again, if we go with a disagreement, we will be going to a written tellering process for this article. So I have one disagreement on the count.
I thought we had to stand up and show, not the teller. I thought that was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Our telling process, I'm sorry, we will not be using written we passed that. So our tellering process, if we have 7 people that challenge the vote, we will be standing in place, holding the cards and be counted. So I have one. Is there anyone else? And trust me, all right, so we are now going to a tellering process. So will the tellers please come forward? Point of order or what?
Excuse me, John Kelly, Peakwood Street. Thank you for moving forward with the tellering process. I don't know how we were able to get a simple majority when the 3 rooms are split.
That is. Then that motion passed narrowly in our room, and in the 3rd room is, so that is why we are going through a tellering process where we will count the votes and bring them to the front. So everyone must be in their seat. Please close the doors. Please have all the other voting areas. Okay, let me explain the normal tellering process. We will be having tellers for each section. We're going to have 2 tellers for each section, and those 2 tellers are going to be counting the yes no's first, the yes votes first. By people showing their cards, they're going to walk down. They have to have the same number when they come down, and so I will not make people hold up their cards all day. They can do it row by row or however they choose. That way they're not holding their voting cards up, but each teller will be taking sections and walking down, counting the votes on clickers, and then they bring them up front and we tally all the votes. Each room will have the same process. So just a reminder, everybody must be seated in a seat to have a vote counted. And the tellers are going to be going up and down the rows and counting, and then we're going to tally them up. I am going to go check the other rooms to make sure that process is proceeding. Tracy and Gail from the clerk's office will be starting that process here. During this tellering process, nobody is allowed to leave the room and nobody is allowed to enter the room. So if you are standing up in the back and you want to vote, your vote won't count unless you are seated in a seat. So find a seat. All right. So now I got to bring up my spreadsheet.
Yeah, well, that's something you know.
Yeah, they'll put all that stuff together. I don't even know if it's downloaded. I will go get them instructions. Try and bring up my computer, my file that yells. Yeah, we let me say what was the password again? I gotta bring up the other file. How do I sign in?
Yeah.
Right to the corner. How do you think it's going? It's fun, huh?
Oh, yeah. Well, other than the technical glitches, I mean, it's going fine. Just weird. I mean, when you get to these hand counts, it's going to take forever.
How long do you think the written copy?
I think it would have taken longer because people would have to get up, file, get back. But I guess this will be a little quicker, I think. But hopefully we get through this one and the other ones won't be so close. Point of order?
If everyone could just stay patient for a few minutes more, the moderator is on his way back, and here he is.
I don't have the games. I'm so sorry. I had an incident in another room that I had to deal with that to protect the citizens of this town. I did it the best I could. I apologize. I thought this vote was going to be started while I was gone. Hold on one second. Can they do it by roll and work their way down so they don't have to hold it the whole time?
Well, like we normally do, you're going to all stand. Everybody in favor, they're going to stand, and
No,
they're
not
going to go
stand,
down.
just they're going to hold.
Hold their cards,
All right,
right.
so here's how the tellering process works. We're going to start with the tellers going up, and we're going to ask you to hold up your cards, and there's two tellers. First, we're going to be holding the cards if you are voting in favor of the motion, and the two tellers are going to go down, and they're going to have to count these cards. And they have to get the same number. So I ask you to hold the cards up. And if the tellers are the tellers going to go in sync so that they can just do one row at a couple rows at a time, so they don't have to hold it the whole time. Then I think that would be preferable, so that people don't have to hold this up. And just in case there's any confusion whatsoever, do not take your phone out and start videotaping people, because that's the incident that I just had to deal with in the other room. And I will not deal with that very favorable for anybody who takes their phone out. Trust me on that one. So please tellers, start the telling process for the vote of the yeses. Oh. And can we close the doors up top? All right, thank you. So as the tellers are going up, you please hold your cards up so they can count them. Tellers, please start the process.
I'm writing it down right now. I'm going to have to do it manually. I don't know where my calculator is.
Yes, this is only for yeses. Please hold it up and just be patient and hold it up so that they can count. If they don't count at the same time, they will have to do it again. So I know it's laborious, but this is our process. And while you're all like doing this, I do want you to know that this government modernization idea is a pretty good idea. I think I personally looked into the electronic voting. I had Tracy get quotes from 3 vendors that would have allowed us to do this electronically. But unfortunately, our bylaws were written ages ago, and that was not an option that complied with the bylaws. So I could not implement that at this time. I hope that, somewhere down the road, if we get a committee of people that are going to be doing some modernization, that's a consideration. Other towns have done that very successfully, and you can see real-time results on a screen. And again, it comes with its negatives that all technology has, but again, something to consider going forward. And I hope that the future generation of voters and moderators will consider that going forward.
this will be interesting. What do we call it? We call it, we said it passed by a small majority.
The counter on stage left broke, so they're asking, can we do a recount?
All right, the counter stage left, the clicker failed, and so, hey, clickers, come on. Hey, you want to get it right? All right, please, I think this left of the stage, this.
Get my steps in today, Bubba. Okay. You got your little spreadsheet?
No, I went down.
Okay.
Internet, so can you do it the old-fashioned way?
Tracy has a, there you go. All right, so for the cafeteria, that is right here. The yeses are 146. And the noes, they counted twice, they came up with 168, 171. So he said, you figure it out. The noes have it either way.
Yes. We're really far off. We need to do the middle section. The middle section? Oh, God.
I know. Well, the problem is they're kind of holding it down. Right?
Oh, God. All right.
I think we should have a second group. Yeah. Tracy, should we consider doing a second group behind us?
So what?
Having a second group behind us? Bill and somebody else.
Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Could ask,
Ellen and Bill, yeah.
Have you got any of these counts yet?
Like Ellen, the middle count, they don't actually go all, they need to have one or two again. They're not matching. So what they did in the other.
I'll post it.
Stage, yes, yes.
All right.
Oh, yes. Yeah, none of those. On stage right, it's 27. Now, the middle, they need to do it again. They're not getting it in the right count.
I think One 39 is what?
Well, we asked. 142. I got 142 and I get 130. She got 140.
130, 142 to solve. So are you two the same? Are you all the same?
Ellen and I are one on. We just were.
Okay, so I could ask you.
I got 142. We haven't gone back. We're waiting for another person. Maybe Jeff. He's taller. We need to have him announced.
Yeah, we can ask Jeff. Yeah, he's
He's
trying
to
to,
go again.
trying to write everything down.
Sorry, Tracy.
Nothing to apologize. Yeah, I know.
We're not going to. 14 votes, you didn't have to do this. We really need to have you hold the cards up higher. We were only for the middle section. The middle section, we were 9 off. And so we need to get it within, because if it's that close, I am not calling it and we'll start all over. So please, let's try to do this one more time. Hold it nice and high and please tell us, do it again. We are going to start some of the other sections with no's. Oh, never mind. I was just told I was an idiot. Are we ready for no's? All right, tellers, please take your position. We're ready to count the noes, and then we will, I'll add up the yeses right now. All right? Um, All right, are we voting noes? Are the tellers, all right? Everybody voting no, please raise your cards. The final tally is 903 to 800. The motion carries. All right, order. We have a couple more articles to get through. Let's see if we can move this along. The chair will now recognize the chair of the Finance Committee for Article number 7.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The Finance Committee moves that the Select Board, moves the Finance Committee motion as listed in the warrant.
So motion has been moved and seconded to move the motion as written in the warrant on page 14. Speaking on the motion, Ms. Thomas.
So the proponents of, so this article, for those who may just be trying to catch up, is about moving elections from the current election day in April to November to align with existing state and national elections. The proponents of this article seek to enhance civic engagement and increase participation in local voting and elections. Currently, participation in local voting is very low, and the feeling is that if it moves to November, when historically state and federal voting occurs, that that voting will improve, voting turnout will improve. In addition, we do acknowledge that conducting simultaneous state elections and local elections mandates 2 separate polls, 2 separate check-in procedures, and we very much respect the feedback from our town clerk, who shared that there are no towns in the Commonwealth that have dual elections in even-numbered years. There are cities, but not towns, and that voting in November could increase the complexity in the number of years. In the odd number of years, we would have no change. The even years are where the complexity occurs. Concerns that there are insufficient poll workers available and that elections are highly scrutinized and that there's potential for error with a multi-year and the lack of savings, potential confusion were all perspectives that we heard. And I do want to correct a statement that was made recently in a public meeting that the Select Board, that the Finance Committee did not actually hear from our town clerk. We did. We spent over an hour on this article, hearing both from the petitioner and from our town clerk and a number of poll workers. We have great respect for the tremendous work of our town clerk and her staff. We recognize that this would be a challenge to do dual elections. And we specifically added to the article that it would not, the first pass on this would not occur during a presidential year. However, despite the discussed difficulties of moving local voting to November, the Finance
I live at 182 Turnpike Street. On behalf of the petitioners of Article 7, I stand in favor of the Finance Committee's Article 7 motion, and I wish to thank the FinCom for its unanimous recommendation for a yes vote, which occurred at their October 25th meeting. At that meeting, they invited both our esteemed town clerk, joined by her precinct captain, and the petitioners as well, to present all our perspectives and concerns relative to Article 7. They listened with respect, had a thoughtful discussion, and worked to craft a motion that addressed the clerk's legitimate concerns. We appreciate their deliberations and vote of confidence. FinCom's motion effectively incorporates feedback from our town clerk and others by recommending that this change not take effect during a presidential year election. Therefore, the earliest that this policy change would be effective would be November 2025. This gives the town plenty of time to plan and organize for this change. Could we have the slides?
Please, order.
The laws and practices surrounding Next slide, please. The laws and practices surrounding New England's self-government are among the oldest in our fine country. We Americans remain very proud of our tradition of town meeting as being the foundation of our local self-government. But some laws enacted long ago no longer apply to contemporary society. This is one of them. Massachusetts law set the time for local election in towns as springtime, primarily because the towns were largely agrarian and their citizens had to focus on the fall harvest versus self-government. Massachusetts law has always provided that local elections in cities take place in November. This distinction between voters in Mass cities and Canton no longer makes sense. And some Massachusetts towns have actually already recognized this, according to the Secretary of State's Election Division, and begun to opt out of this law, deciding instead to hold their elections in November in odd years. Just as a reminder, in odd years, there are no state and federal candidates on the ballot. We are poised to move forward around this important step. This change would not only allow Canton to join the 59 Massachusetts cities and over 15 towns that routinely hold odd-year November elections, this change would also bring us in alignment with election experts and scholars nationwide, as cited in the November 7th Boston Globe article entitled "Massachusetts Towns Should Move Local Elections to Even-Numbered Years." Next slide, please. The reason towns are opting out of spring local elections is obvious. The trend over time demonstrates how the tradition of spring April town elections depresses voter turnout. Similar to the voting percentages in many Massachusetts towns, Canton has enjoyed high turnout in November when state and federal candidates are also on the ballot, while Canton's turnout in spring elections is very low. To translate this to numbers, a typical local election turnout of 15% means that fewer than 4,000 of Canton's 18,500 registered voters elect our town officials. We need and can do better in order to ensure a representative democracy. Next slide, please.
Please.
Use the gavel. Use the gavel. What it's there for. Guys screaming at us.
Order.
I will try to move forward quickly. I hear you. It's getting late. Additionally, and very importantly, whether or not we make this change, we need to attract more poll workers. And in terms of dual ballots, I just want to point out that this kind of election can be effectively conducted with voters completing the voting with 2 ballot cards without getting in line twice. We have a lot of examples of this occurring. So I hope that you will really consider what election officials all over the United States identify as the key change for increasing local turnout. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Mr. Theodore.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Theodore, 18 Charles Drive. The Select Board unanimously opposes this motion. The Town Clerk's Office firmly opposes this article. The intent of this article was to increase voter turnout for local elections. But the state has already made changes and put into place that we have early voting, we have mail-in ballots for local elections. The cost of running a dual election and budgeting for those anticipated costs follow the normal budgeting process and should not be rushed through in a special town meeting. There have been towns that have run the dual election, and they have all reverted back to the separate elections. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start over to the right. Gentleman over to the right.
Hello, my name is Bill Quinn, and I live at 6 Louis Street, and I've lived in Canton for 54 years. I was a manager in the financial services industry.
Please keep your comments focused on the motion. Your history.
I rise in opposition for this article because I am the warden of Precinct 1. My wife is the warden of Precinct 6, and we have significant knowledge of the process. I applaud those who are trying to find ways to improve voter turnout. However, I'm concerned that the benefits expected by moving town elections to November are based on assumptions that are not based on actual data. It is also my concern that the assumed benefits will not outweigh the risks to the process and will eventually lead citizens questioning the integrity of the voting process. Every ballot must be accounted for from the beginning of the day until the end of the day, and there are process controls that are in place based on the one person, one ballot principle. State law would require a town such as Canton to run 2 side-by-side elections if a town or state or federal election were to occur on the same day. Running 2 elections simultaneously with some people taking 1 ballot and others taking 2 will eliminate the ability to fully control the process and will terminate the one person, one ballot control. The ballot box attendant won't necessarily know if someone left a second ballot in the voting booth, stuffed it in their pocket, or handed it off to someone else who may attempt to vote twice for the same race. Increased voters at the polls does not automatically equal more votes lower down the ballot after the federal and state races. Year after year, I have had to manually count ballots during presidential and state elections, and based on my experience, the lower you look on completed ballots, the more blanks you see. County level races are often left blank, so why would we assume that the local level races would fare any better, perhaps not even taking the local ballot to vote? Early voting and vote by mail have recently been put in place for local elections, and they should be given more time to show their benefits in increasing voter turnout before instituting more change. From a process perspective, it is much cleaner to receive 1 ballot at a time in the mail rather than several. If someone were to return 2 ballots in the same envelope per state law, these would have to be rejected and the voter would have to be contacted to make arrangements to correct. There have been comments made that it would be wonderful for the town to be a trailblazer in this area, but I am concerned that going first is actually concerning for a process such as an election where it's important to be accurate more than anything else. Currently, we elect town boards in 3-year cycles. As an example, we have 9 library trustees, and every 3 of the 9 are up for re-election in a very similar set of circumstances in April. If we were to move the town election to November, 1 set of the 3 would be voted as part of the federal election, the next would be part of a town-only election, and the third would be set as part of the state election. Not sure what the impacts would be to our elections with such unequal treatment. So in closing, I do stand against this for the reasons that I have stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman in second.
My name is Richard Collette. I live at 47 Trail Road. I am the warden in precinct number 5. And I'm speaking on behalf of the 7 wardens that staff the precincts that each of you vote in. Before I make a few comments, I'd like to thank you for your patience.
Please keep to what the positive and the people are looking to vote this soon. So please make sure your points are focused and in favor or opposed and the reasons why, so this town can move forward with this vote.
I will. Because a number of points that I had intended to make have been covered, I'd like to just present 3 slides to you that I think will help you.
Order.
Could I have slide number 2, please? The primary responsibility that we have as wardens, and for that matter,
Please read the slide. There's people in the other room may not be able to see it.
our job is basically to conduct elections, your elections, that are secure, that are accurate, that preserve the privacy of your ballot. And we have done that. The best example that I can give you is that in a select board election that was held in 2020, 6 votes separated 2 candidates. And because of that, a recount was requested. When the recount of approximately a little over 4,000 votes was made, only 1 vote was changed. So in fact, given all the initiatives that the town has taken and the commitment that we have as poll workers, we have in fact met that commitment for you. Could I have slide number 4, please? Right now, we need a total of 8 poll workers, that is 1 warden, 1 clerk, and 6 poll workers at each poll, working for roughly what breaks down to about 18 hours for an election day. In the 2022 midterms, what we had was a total of 31 that worked full-time, 15 that worked a part-time shift during that day. That basically broke down to about the equivalence of 39 to 40 people working the full shift. In my particular precinct, we had a warden, a clerk, and 4 poll workers that started the day. 1 left at 1 o'clock, 1:30. So we ended the day with a total of 5 people that worked until closing at 8 o'clock and then continued until all ballots were counted, which usually ended up around 11 o'clock in the evening. In the 2022 midterms, there were 14,751 ballots that were cast in Canton. If in fact you ran a dual election and everything worked perfectly well, and everyone that came in during that election also filled out ballots for a town election, we would be tasked with managing approximately 29,000 ballots at the end of the evening. Even if you only realized half of that goal, you would end up having to process in the vicinity of 22,000 ballots. If I could have the next slide, please.
And you have 1 more minute?
Yeah. The
Please be patient. Go ahead. Please try to conclude.
The average age of the poll worker in my precinct, and it's similar in other precincts as well, but not all, is 77 years old. These people get up between 5 and 5:30 in the morning to get to the polls at 6:30, to get the polls set up so you can start voting at 7 o'clock. We work all day until 8 p.m. when the polls close. And at that time, we feel just like you feel now. But it's the time that the hardest part of the day for us begins.
Thank you.
So I hope you appreciate that.
All right, this gentleman over here. Order, come on, if you want to leave, you're going to have to maintain some order, and I'll do my best to keep this discussion going and short. Please make sure you're keeping it short, sweet, and to the point.
John Kelly, Peakwood Street, speaking on behalf of everybody here. Could I make a motion to vote on the article at hand?
Petitioners are going to withdraw both 5 and 8. So if that influences us on 11 o'clock time.
All right, we have a motion to move the vote and a second. We will now vote to move this article. please, with a vote of show of cards again. All in favor to move the article, please show your cards and say aye. All, please, all opposed and want to hear more debate on this? Order. Order. I'm trying to do that if you would pay attention. All right, let me try it one more time. All in favor of moving the vote, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed? Thank you. Can the other two locations please call in your vote on whether you want to move this article? So just to be clear, all we voted for right now is whether we're going to vote on this right now. So give us one more second to hear from the other locations. Your wife asking you to go home, or are you going up north again? So you don't have to come out dancing with us. What are you waiting for, Richard? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, Richard.
Yeah. That's someone else. Cafeteria. Go ahead with your chat. Say that again. Okay.
Is it close?
I mean, we're overwhelming these locations.
Huh? Okay. We have confirmation that there's been an overwhelming majority to move the motion. So now I move the article. So now we will move to vote the motion, all right? And so once again, all in favor to approve the motion as made by the Finance Committee, please signify by raising your cards. Oh, my God. All right. All opposed? Okay, that one's easy for me to decide, so.
They're voting now.
One more time, I have the results of the other two rooms, and I just want to make sure, I'm getting tired, so I just want to make sure that I have it right in this room. So all in favor, once again, please raise your cards. And all opposed, please raise your card. All right. The other two rooms have also reported. One was a slight. Hold on one second. trying my best. The motion has failed, and so therefore, it does not carry. All right? All right, we now have two more articles, and I understand we may have some good news, and we will all be out of here by 11. So the chair will recognize the petitioner for Article 8.
Rita Lombardi,
Oh.
Kings Road. Oh, I'm sorry.
Tim Walsh, 144 Dedham Street. I'd like to make a motion that we vote on Article 5 right now.
No, that is out of order. Please just sit down and be patient for one more minute, all right? You want to continue to sit there, or do you want to continue to talk? Thank you.
Yes. Rita Lombardi, 8 Kings Road. And Article 8, we understand that the language is out of order. And so we withdraw that with prejudice.
Thank you. So we, without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
The petitioner is withdrawing motion 8 without prejudice. There will be no debate and no other further discussion on it. Thank
Okay.
you. We now will move to Article, thank you. I know there has been a lot of work. I hope you continue your efforts on, and working with the town on that, and maybe it can come back at another time. All right, we are now ready to discuss Article 5.
Yes, and I would just like to say thank you, Mr. Moderator, for the incredible job that you have done tonight.
Please, order. I promise you this, we will be ending soon.
Really?
Please, just, please. Thank you. Please finish your comments and
Yes.
as quickly as
I will.
possible.
Article 5 is withdrawn without prejudice.
Thank you. So, would someone make a motion to adjourn? Hold it. Please. We need to, if you want to go home, we need to vote it, please.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we dissolve town meeting.
A motion has been made and seconded to dissolve town meeting. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you, everyone, for experiencing town meeting.